All right. What is up, everybody? It is week 7 officially. I want to give a shout out to everybody in chat. Jonathan Schlegel's here, Steve Z, Hambone, the Brown Tiger. What's going on, guys? Really quick, just an update on the Browns posters. I went to mail them last week, and they told me that I had to do some extra stuff. To Mark Schoen, what's going on? Everybody out there who sent me, everybody who's a member of the channel, who's one of those channel members, you can see down the bottom. So if you're a paying channel member, I'm sending out the Joe Thomas poster, so everybody will get one. And so they are all packaged up. They're ready to go. Just so everybody knows, I know everybody's like, where's my poster? So they are coming. But I had to add an extra thing to them to make them to go. So I'm going to go on Monday. So I apologize to everybody. You are going to get your Joe Thomas poster. They're coming. Okay, so let's talk about the Ravens. It's one interesting thing. I was talking to Jonathan Schlegel before this game, or before the stream, and he brought up an interesting point that the Ravens have had double-digit leads in every one of their games, I believe, so far this season. And so their defense is beatable. That's the interesting point. We can beat these guys on if our offense gets going. That's the interesting point. So this is not the same, Wink Martindale defense that we've seen in the past. We have the ability to do well against these guys. And I think that is something that we should lean into. Now, the challenge is, can our defense stop them? Historically, we've had trouble stopping Lamar Jackson. That's the honest truth. Lamar Jackson has made a living off of beating the Browns. Adam, what's going on, man? A living. It's been embarrassing. It's one of those things that I was like with Roethlisberger, I couldn't wait for Roethlisberger to leave because he just beat us all the time. Lamar Jackson's the same way. He beats us the vast majority of the time. Lamar Jackson beats us. Mr. Roll Up 10, what's up? The only good thing is Joe Burrow is the new kind of rising star in the AFC North. Doesn't appear to be that guy. Or at least Baker had been able to beat him pretty consistently. So I don't know if Joe Burrow is going to be one of those guys going to be able to dominate us. Currently in Pittsburgh, the situation there, and they're down here in Florida playing against Miami today. The Steelers are having a problem figuring out what's going on with their quarterback situation. It looked like Kenny Pickett was doing okay, and then he gets a concussion. I mean, concussions are, did you guys see in the NFL, concussions are dangerous. These guys that are getting the concussions, if you get one, it makes it easier the next time and the next time and the next time to get them. So when your brain starts rattling around in there, and they're to be honest, they're rushing these guys back. Tua gets carted off the field, and only a couple weeks later is now going to play. This is the reality of the game. These guys, you got, if you look at the injury report for the Browns Ravens. It's Ravens. I had it up, and now I deleted it or removed it. All right, Browns injury report. So concussion, Denzel Ward. Concussion, Joel Haig, who I believe is like backup offensive lineman anyway. Wyatt Teller's out with a calf injury, so he is out this game. That's going to hurt our run game. On the Ravens side, looks like the only person that's listed out currently, we haven't got everybody yet, but currently is J.K. Dobbins. So, their starting running back is out. Bunch of people questionable. I think Rashad Bateman's coming back. I think Mark Andrews will play, even though he didn't practice most of the week. Man, I mean, they're beat up. We're beat up. It is what it is here. Jadeveon Clowney is questionable. Myles Garrett looks like he's going to play. He was limited practice. Whole bunch of limited practice guys. But the big one is Denzel Ward's going to be out. And you know what? Denzel Ward this year has been terrible. Let's be honest. I'm going to rant for a minute here, guys. Hey, Dad. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, great. Guys, hold on a second. My dad just got here. Let me go ahead and bring him in. On the top right. There we go. Hey, Dad, how's it going?
Good.
I was just talking about. I was just about to go on a rant about how our players have been pretty terrible this year. The guys who've gotten paid, but just in general, I mean, you've been there. You've been to Baltimore. You were at the game in Baltimore where Nick Chubb went on that big 95-yard run.
Right.
What do you expect the atmosphere to be like in Baltimore today for this game?
Oh, I think exactly the same as when I went 2 years ago. Um, they have the expectation that they're not going to lose this game. They're going to beat us. They are a 6.5 point favorite. The fans rock there, make it very difficult to hear. Um, you know, when I was there 2 years ago, I fully expected at the time when they scored in the fourth quarter, the Ravens, that we were going to fold like a $3 bill.
Yeah.
But Chubb made that tremendous run, and it just silenced the crowd, and it put us up, by 2 scores with I think less than 8 minutes to go, and we still had to, pull it out. But still, it was a great game. I don't expect that today. I fully expect us to lose. I'm rooting for us to win, but to beat the Ravens in their own field with this, intense rivalry and the players they have, the players we have, we'd have to bring our A game both on offense and defense. And we've never done that in the 5 games that we played so far. The defense has not shown up, not even at the B level. So I don't expect them to play at the A level today. Now, anything can happen in a football game. Tip balls, quarterback getting hurt, interceptions, fumbles, all that. And if those things happen all in our favor, yeah, we could win the game. Chubb has a big game. Jacoby, plays decent and he doesn't turn over the ball. We don't fumble.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have, special teams go sideways on us. But I don't expect that. I really don't expect it. I want us to win, but I don't expect us to win. It's a shame. I've never, over the years felt, disheartened going into games. I always had the upbeat feeling about the players, the Browns, whatever. But I just don't get that sense after, the losses that we've experienced, the players, their attitude, the coaching, not changing things. They just don't adapt. I mean, Miles playing mediocre. He's certainly not playing, to defend his end. He goes for the sack every time. He gets winded after three plays, and then he might have a sack. He might have a strip ball or something like he did last week. But those, unless it's a really, really tight game, those are not going to win you ball games. But certainly letting guys run around you around the end or up the middle, don't help matter. So
Totally.
I'm hoping for the best, but anticipating the worst.
Yeah. Well, if there's some of the things you could expect this game, you're going to expect, you're going to expect Justin Tucker to make kicks from 50 plus,
right?
And make all of them. You're going to see Lamar Jackson, third and 17. He's going to break a run and get the first round in a critical position, critical time. You're going to see a lot of these annoying things that the Ravens do. You're going to see us not cover Mark Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm sorry, Mark Andrews. Sorry, Mark Andrews. We're not going to cover Mark Andrews.
Right.
That's a given.
And if they run the ball, they're gonna keep our offense off the field. And I don't see us unless we stack the box and dare Jackson to throw against us and beat us, which he can. They're going to run all over that defense, and because they got a good offensive line, they got even I guess Dobbs is back. He's playing. Might have a good game against us, and they got the home field crowd advantage. It's going to be good weather. I don't think there's any bad weather up there expected. So I'd put 8 guys in the box, stop the run, force Jackson to throw it out of the pocket. If you got 8 guys up front, that means you got a lot of the slots covered, and just don't over pursue so that Jackson can, sneak up the middle and run 50 yards on you. Those are game breakers, game back breaker, type of things that affect the defense. And if we can avoid those and avoid giving up the easy, quick touchdown, but we got a couple of key players hurt that would help us if they were healthy and playing. But and everybody goes through that, so I'm not whining about that so much. But I'm not overly optimistic as I have been in the past.
Yeah, I'm actually writing out a tweet right now that I want to put out there that touches on a lot of this. So things to expect in the Cleveland versus Baltimore game. Lamar will break a 15-plus yard run on third down in a critical situation. The Browns will forget to cover Mark Andrews, specifically in the red zone. Justin Tucker will be 100% on the day. Nick Chubb will have a big game.
And maybe our kicker misses a 40-yard field goal or an extra point. Which adds to the misery. They don't blitz. We don't put any pressure on him. You can almost expect that because Joe Woods that's just not what he does. And he's so afraid of getting burned that he doesn't take any chances. But this is a game that would be great if we win. I mean, it just put us right in the thick of things and, prime for Watson to come back and play and give us a chance. But even if Watson comes back and he plays, unless they make some changes on defense and elevate that defensive talent. And I was thinking on the way over, what was I going to say and what was I going to predict and whatnot. But I'm almost at the point, Mike, where I say, let's trade Hunt. And the reason I say that is, one, we're getting desperate. Two, from the standpoint of this season, if you really want to make a run with Watson at the end, you got to win some of these games to keep us in the hunt. And in order to do that, we need more talent on defense. And why should
and we are Deion Jones is playing today, by the way. He is activated. So we have a linebacker whose big claim to fame is he tackles people.
Well, we'll see.
You're not wrong.
He's a little bit rusty.
So I want to hit on your point there for Kareem Hunt. Let's look at last game. Kareem Hunt, 4 carries, 12 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Dearness Johnson or Jerome Ford could carry the ball 4 times for 12 yards?
Absolutely. Why?
0 catches. So that was last week with Kareem Hunt.
Right.
The week before in the Chargers, Kareem Hunt, 11 carries for 47 yards and a touchdown, and 3 catches for 10 yards. Again, giving Nick Chubb a break. Could Jerome Ford or Jerome Harrison, Jerome Harrison, the ghost? I actually met Jerome Harrison one time. Jerome Ford or Dearness Johnson do that? I mean, He had a good game against the Chargers. Going back to the Falcons, Kareem Hunt had 10 carries for 49 yards, 2 catches. I mean, I don't hate the idea at this point.
No,
if we can get something on defense, if we're just going to trade him for draft picks, then
no. I mean, if you're committed to winning this year, if you're just committed to running it out and seeing what happens, which seems to be the case, then you hold on to him. He's a valuable asset. If you think you can take somebody who's playing periodically, has a marginal impact per se, because you got Chubb is your main weapon. And you could immediately trade him for a starting star type of defensive player that somebody would like to have Hunt as their primary running back and upgrade to a star immediately, give up one of their stars on defense if they're a little bit heavy weighted that way, and we take a backup player and we replace him with a starter on defense in a hole where we have multiple holes.
I mean, Carolina is sitting there. We've made a trade with Carolina for the Baker situation. So we have a relationship clearly with their front office.
Right.
They have defensive players.
Right.
And they need a running back. But are they going to trade Christian McCaffrey and then trade back to get another running back? Probably not. So
probably not them, but you gotta look at a team equivalent to the 49ers. Someone who's
apparently
missing
the Bills
a running
were
back, but
apparently the
close
Bills
to the playoffs.
Apparently the Bills had asked about Kareem Hunt earlier, or were interested.
Okay.
I don't know if I remember hearing that, or that was just a rumor.
Right.
But they were definitely in the Christian McCaffrey race, right? So maybe they just didn't want to give up enough for Christian McCaffrey.
Right.
But the thing is, the Bills, they're not gonna give us. Okay, Isaiah saying he hears the Rams are interested. The Rams could be interested, possibly.
Sure,
but are they willing to give
the
up
49ers, if nothing else?
But your point is to give up to get somebody on defense. Like, nobody's going to give us a player unless they're fire sailing.
Right.
And the only thing that you typically get from a fire sale type team is you have to give up draft picks, and like, we just don't have big draft picks to give up anymore.
Right. You got nothing.
Right.
So why not entertain that? I think the trading deadline is November 1st. So it's coming up. So it'll tell you a lot. If we do nothing and play with a pat hand, just stay pat and don't do anything, that tells you a lot. And if we continue,
I'll tell you what, Dad. I think if we win today, it's going to be tough because the trading deadline is November 1st. We play on Halloween on the 31st. So I would say if we win the next two games, then I would say they're going to keep Kareem Hunt, no problem. They're not going to make any trades, any of the starting players or any of the top players. Reason being is because we then prove that we can win with these backup guys. And it could be in a situation where, when Deshaun gets back, we've got Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb, which is the plan, which is what they want to do. If I really, to be honest, I don't think I see Kareem Hunt being traded. I really don't. I think that this team likes the fact that they have the 1-2 punch with them. When things are going good in the fourth quarter, they should be able to run Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb and win games. That's an offensive weapon option for them. But if we lose the next two games, I don't know. I don't think we're going to win today either, guys. I'll be honest. I really don't think we're going to win. I didn't think we were going to. I didn't think we were going to beat the Falcons. I knew we were. I just had a feeling we weren't. The Patriots, I thought we had a better shot than we did against the Patriots. Got annihilated by them.
Right.
And now I think that, thinking back to where we're at currently in this season, we don't typically play all that well in Baltimore. They're going to be up for it. They're going to be loud. And I haven't seen this team give a crap. To be honest,
Right.
I haven't seen them give a crap yet.
There's no leadership on the defense. Miles just goes for his sacks and that's it. There's no inspiration. Nobody's stepping up and making big plays on the defensive line. I can't remember the last interception we had. Fumbles, may not happen. Tip balls, if you can't get to the quarterback, Miles, put your hands up and knock a pass down. Save your energy for when you think you can beat the left tackle or right tackle, depending on where you are. But, conserve your energy so that in the fourth quarter, you can have an impact as opposed to having your hands on your hip and huffing and puffing and pushing yourself to try to get a sack in the fourth quarter. It's the same stuff over and over again. And I just think we need more help on defense than we need Kareem Hunt as a backup to Chubb.
Well, we're not winning with him right now.
Right.
I mean, we're 2-4. But here's the interesting thing: if we win this game, we're actually back in it.
Oh yeah, I agree.
It's too early to give up on the season. And if we play a good game today, they go out there, they make plays, they don't let Lamar Jackson beat him up. I mean, they're not going to have J.K. Dobbins. He's not going to be there. So
okay.
that's one of their guys is not going to be around. But I think that the Ravens are good enough. Now, the problem with the Ravens is their defense, and they've been collapsing at the end of games, right? But they've been collapsing to teams that can pass.
Right.
That's the thing. We don't have a team, like, I do not trust Jacoby Brissett to say, hey, we're down 17 points. They're going to play soft defense, go out there and pick them apart. I don't see Jacoby Brissett doing that.
No.
So
his strong suit is not throwing the ball 25 yards down the field, 30
not even
yards,
throwing the ball
yards.
25 times.
Well,
like Jacoby Brissett, if you ask him to be very efficient and run the ball and do those things, his deep ball is not accurate. He has had a couple passes this year that have had some circus catches that came from deep passes.
right.
But Jacoby Brissett, we've seen, like, what we saw last week was more typical, I think, of what Jacoby Brissett is versus what we saw in some of the other in the Steelers game. Okay,
Right.
so we are what we are with him, and it's frustrating that we were sitting there going, you know what? It's like we know we've got a C plus or C type backup quarterback, and we're gonna roll with that versus going with a guy who's got a higher upside with Dobbs and letting him do something and letting him not only see what we can get out of him, but we can potentially turn him into giving him a lot of reps as a backup. Number one, he's closer to Sean Watson than Jacoby Brissett is. And let's say he goes out there and starts killing it and actually steps up and crushes it. Now we have a trade option. Now we have a weapon and a quarterback who plays really well. You can get stuff for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of draft. Right. So we're sitting there and we're putting, again, our eggs into the Jacoby Brissett basket. We're 2-4. And I think anybody realistically was out there going, hey, yeah, I mean, what did most people think? 5 games out of Jacoby? That was it? You don't think we can get 5 games out of Dobbs? He only needs to get 3 more.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I don't know. I feel like I've seen enough of Jacoby. He's boring. He's really not that good. And
he doesn't finish games well.
No.
The three times he had a chance to finish and with a win or close or give us a field goal, not turn over the ball.
The only game was the Panthers game where he got us into field goal range.
Right.
And then made the kid kick a 58-yarder because he couldn't get another yard.
Right.
Another just get 5 more yards. Give him a shot, Jacoby. And instead, he kicks a 58-yarder and saves the day. Right?
Right.
And so that's the thing. And I'll be honest, guys, like after the Jets game, and sitting there going and watching that game and watching them collapse with 1:34 and giving up 14 points, and then seeing the reaction that guys like Myles Garrett had, saying that he's upset that the fans were booing. Like the most disappointing thing was the fans booing. Like, we're out here trying our best, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, how? I can't let it go.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot let it go. I am sitting there going, how dare you? How dare you sit there and say to us as fans that he's disappointed in us for booing when you're out there giving up 14 points. We paid thousands of dollars to travel to these games, buy apparel, buy your jerseys, buy food and drinks that are insanely expensive at that stadium,
right.
Flights, hotels, all the stuff, all the time and energy and effort that we put into going to these games to root for you. You give up 14 points in 1:34, then what do? You get into your car and you fly. You drive 120 miles an hour in your Porsche and almost kill yourself and your passenger.
Right.
And then you miss the next game that we lose to a team that we should have won. And then you sit there and you say, I'm upset with the fans for booing.
Well,
that's the thing that pisses me off.
That's how out of touch some of these players are, that they're making so much money that they lose the game and there are all kinds of smiles, patting the other team on the back for a nice game, the coaches exchanging jerseys and whatnot. I mean, that never happened when I played when I was a kid.
That's a soccer thing that the players decided that was cool. Like, hey, they do it in soccer where like if you tie a game, it's like it's a win. They don't, the tying is fine.
Right.
It's I feel like it's un-American to tie games, number one, and then the second thing is to like you said, you lose a game, you get humiliated, and then you're trading jerseys with a guy who's just flying high as a kite because they just crushed you.
Right.
Like how awful is that? That's the other thing that's feminizing the game of football. It's like let's have everything just be soft and cuddly, right? Other than when you get a head injury. When you get a head injury, something that's actually serious, let's just go into the tent and see if we can get you back on the field as quickly as possible, right? Other than that. But my gosh, it's like, I don't know. These are the sorts of things that I'm having a hard time giving a crap about this team.
Right.
Because I don't feel like they give a crap about us.
Yeah. I mean, in all the years that I watched from Jim Brown on up through, when Bernie came and was going to be the savior and whatnot, all the other players on the team, they played their heart out the same way. Tough weather, tough competition. But you didn't see them high-fiving other people and, slapping them on the back or whatever. They wanted to win, and they wanted to crush the other team. Our guys it's almost like they're going through the motions.
Yeah.
I got my paycheck. It's in my pocket. They can't do anything to me. So therefore I'm going to try, but I'm certainly not, taking on a key leadership role. You saw Brady. Brady's got nothing to prove. He's proved it all. And there he is on the sidelines last game, chewing out his offensive line on camera, just chewing them out for their lack of play and, lack of discipline, false starts, whatever they were doing that he was pissed off about. But there's a guy who cares to the point where I'm going to call you out right on the field, not wait till we get in the locker room to throw you under the bus or later on or whatever. I want you to play better from this point on and the rest of the game. And he obviously he's taken that leadership role, and he can. I mean, he's been there, he's done it, he's proved it. It's not like he's someone who's Kenny Pickett or whatever, and he's trying to motivate his team as a rookie or whatever. No, Brady doesn't have to do that. He can just sit there and collect another several million or whatever he wants to do at this point. But he cares about winning,
right?
And he cares about guys that have the capability of playing well and are not. So therefore they're going to call them out. And I don't see our coaches doing that. They're sticking with the same coaches. They're afraid to fire somebody because it's I don't know, it'll look bad, or I'll break my loyalty to my coaches if I fire somebody. But they just need not only players, they need coaches with some new blood, some new thinking, some new strategies, because this one is just going sideways to backwards.
Yeah.
It's just not improving from week to week what you want to see. And therefore the fans are getting disenchanted, like me, from week to week, between trying to feel upbeat about the next game we have a chance to win, to shrugging your shoulders and saying, all right, well, I hope they try, but I don't expect them to win. And that's a horrible way to finish out the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the PFF scores right now. Like right now, obviously from offense, Nick Chubb is the best. He's got an 88.4, which is like excellent on offense. Second there, surprisingly, is David Njoku with an 81.6.
He's had a couple of good games.
He has, but I think David Njoku is fool's gold, to be honest. I think they paid him a ton of money thinking that he was going to be a Mark Andrews, Travis Kelce type guy. He never has.
Right.
He's never justified his first round selection. He's never been a dominant guy that other teams have to go out there and respect, like Nick Chubb or like a Travis Kelce or Mark Andrews or George Kittle.
Right.
He's never been that guy. Yet we paid him a ton of money. And although the PFF scores are there, and he had one really nice game against the Steelers, that's what you get with David Njoku. You get one or two nice games a year, and the rest of the time he just fades away into non-existence.
Right.
Then you got Amari Cooper, who's been consistently pretty good this year. So I'll give it up to Amari Cooper, and I think that Cooper, if he can continue this level of play, which there's nothing that tells me he wouldn't, him and Deshaun Watson will be very interesting. Then you got Pharaoh Brown, who just came in last week, is at a 72.5. Pharaoh Brown is a decent tight end. Then you start getting into the crap. Peoples-Jones, 66. Michael Woods, 64. Kareem Hunt, 63.6. I don't really care about running backs as much. David Bell, 51.3. I thought David Bell was going to step up and be like a Jarvis Landry. He's been inconsequential. Harrison Bryant, 50.7. Complete disaster. And then Anthony Schwartz, 49.3, who's inactive today. So they finally were like, all right, we can't let this guy play anymore. Maybe mix it up and give some other defensive, somebody who's actually going to contribute in a positive way. How you can have, I think he had 3 targets last game, Anthony Schwartz. 2 of them hit him in the hands and he dropped at the end of the game. Not like they would have mattered, but still. Right. Just stupid. And that's the thing, guys. If you're hearing the negativity in my voice, I don't want to be negative about the Browns. I want to like the Browns. I'm a Browns fan. I like watching the Browns. I like doing the Browns, shows and everything like this. I don't like to be negative. I don't like to talk about firing coaches and, benching players and we're going to lose today, ho-hum. I don't want to do that. But when a team goes out there and underperforms, right? Everybody was talking about the quarterback situation. To be honest, like Jacoby hasn't been the sole reason that the Browns, other than maybe last game, starting off the game, second play, throwing an interception like that was a joke.
Right.
And honestly, after a couple plays, they should have benched him. But Kevin Stefanski doesn't do that. Kevin Stefanski plays his players into the ground, barely ever demotes players. He just plays them. Yeah, Same thing with Joe Woods. Just keeps going on with Joe Woods.
Right. When Dobbs is okay, but you shouldn't, think that he's going to be, come in and play lights out. He hasn't played at all. And you put him up against a first string defense and a rush in a real live game. Chances are coming off the bench cold like that and not having the snaps with the first team and whatnot, and the cadences and the timing, he's not gonna light it up. I don't expect him to come in and light it up. It's the rare occasion that happens. Maybe a little bit in a experienced quarterback like a Flacco or somebody like that coming in. Mm-hmm. But I don't expect it out of Dobbs. I mean, if it happens, great. I'll be more than happy to take it, but I would not expect it. I would expect they would blitz him. They would put pressure on him. He would throw an interception or two. And you know what that does to a quarterback's confidence. If you're an experienced quarterback, you get to shake it off because you've done that before. But if you're a rookie or inexperienced quarterback, those are devastating plays. And look at what happened to Dalton the other night. He comes out like a house of fire, throws a 60-yard touchdown. The first series, they go up 7-0. He drives them back down to the 10-yard line. And then he throws he tries to squeeze it in between 2 defenders. Guy steps in front. They pick it off. And then they get the ball again. He throws a little dink pass over the middle. The guy misses it. It goes through his hands, goes up in the air. Guy grabs it, pick 6. Then they get the ball back again. The very next series, they get the ball back again. He throws one over the middle, and just like the one that was intercepted in the end zone, he gets this one intercepted, and it goes for a pick 6. And that's Andy Dalton, who's played in the league for a long time. So it's disappointing to be where we are today as far as the season, although you probably should expect that because Watson wasn't going to play.
Yep.
We lost. Is Teller playing today or is he out?
Teller's out. Isaac Rochelle's out, who I think he's been injured a little bit, Isaac Rochelle. Mm-hmm. He's actually been surprisingly decent. Mm-hmm. Chris Hubbard, Joel Haig, Denzel Ward, Anthony Schwartz, Kellen Mond are the inactives, and I have the inactives for the Ravens as well. Jalen Armour Davis, he's a corner. wide receiver Tylan Wallace, running back Mike Davis, outside linebacker AJ Klein, and guard Ben Cleveland are out today for the Ravens. So, I mean, the Ravens, not a ton of their impact players are out. Right. They have had some impact players that they were missing so far this season, but Mark Andrews is playing, Rashad Bateman's playing, those guys. It's you're right. It's sad. It's like, we say what you want to say about Baker Mayfield, but the guy gave a crap. That right. was one thing that, and people complained. And then now, not to say that Baker's lighting it up, because he's had a pretty terrible season as well on the Panthers, but the Panthers have their own set of issues, right. To go out there and fire your coach and your defensive coordinator midseason and start fire sailing your team, that wasn't a stable environment either. And that's crazy that Baker would go from the craziness of Cleveland and this franchise to the Panthers, who are seemingly in a much worse situation. Not like he did a whole lot to help himself, but still. Right. But he gave a crap. And I think that's the one thing that people miss when they look at the stats, when they look at the wins and losses and everything. They think of Baker as like, oh, he threw interceptions on Christmas Day and he didn't do this or that. The guy gave a crap. And I don't know, like Jacoby, I guess, I mean, as much as you can get from a backup quarterback, Deshaun Watson, are we thinking? I mean, the news that was released this week was Deshaun Watson got pulled over going like 97 into 70 or something like that, and that was this summer. So just keep in mind. But it was finally released. TMZ released it. So I mean, Deshaun Watson's not making good decisions still at this stage in his life. And does he really? He doesn't care about Cleveland either. Like, we got to be honest, guys. Deshaun Watson gives zero craps about Cleveland. He doesn't care about the city. He got it for the guaranteed contract, right? And he knew he was going to have legal trouble, so he knew he was going to have to get through that. The Falcons weren't going to give him the guarantee, and so he decided to go with the Browns. And he puts on a fake smile for everybody, but we'll wait and see what we get out of him. We're certainly not going to get somebody fired up who's going to be, diving head first for first downs to make the playoffs. Maybe. We'll see.
Right. Yeah. And we haven't heard the last of the women either. I think as he gets closer to playing and he gets more press and his name is in the headlines, he's coming back. This, the savior of the Browns is coming on game 12 or whatever. And against Texans, which is going to be interesting. It's sort of like the Browns against Baker. Now it's going to be Deshaun Watson against the Texans, who were still haven't been punished for their role in everything that he did.
And that's the thing that pisses me off as well. It's like we've got and for everybody chat, I'm not saying that Deshaun's a bad player. He's clearly a good player. He's clearly has the stats. He's got the abilities. So don't get me wrong here. Like, he's going to win football games for us. He's going to win football games. But look at what he did in the Texans. Like, he put up decent stats, but he didn't win a whole lot of games for the Texans. Right? So
one man can only take you so far. I mean, he can put you over the top if you've got all the building blocks and the talent around you playing offense and defense, but we don't have that. We got glimpses of it on offense, and he'll certainly improve it when he gets out there, but he's not going to do anything for the defense. Defense gives up 30 points, then we got to score 31 or 35 or higher, and he has the capability, but you can't keep doing that week to week, and you're not going to win a Super Bowl giving up that many points.
No, this team, I could tell honestly during the Panthers game, I'm like, oh, this isn't a Super Bowl team. Like, not even close. We're barely, if all the stars align, a playoff team, barely. And let's be honest, teams make the playoffs by accident sometimes in the NFL. Right. There have been teams that have made the playoffs with losing records in the NFL. Okay, so that's not the greatest accomplishment ever, even though we barely ever make the playoffs. But still, it's not that big a deal. This team, the city, the fans, we're looking for a championship, and this isn't it. Like this season, unfortunately, is it's almost like one of those seasons where teams tank, tank intentionally for like a quarterback who's going to be in the draft or something like that. And I'm not saying they're tanking intentionally, but
Right.
it feels like that. It feels like they don't care, and it doesn't really matter because their main guy isn't out there, right? And that's how it feels. Nobody's like willing to step up. Ellis just said we need a thumper on defense. We don't have one, right? We don't. Myles Garrett, if you want to look at all the pictures of him, all the great things that he does, I mean, he's one guy. We have in the trenches, we get beat every week. Our linebackers don't tackle. Our defensive backs let players get behind them. Our defense is terrible. And they have talent. All these guys are talented. These are high draft. A lot of these guys are first, second, third round draft picks. A lot of them.
They're just not playing as a team. They're not communicating well. That could be the mentality of the players. It could be poor coaching. So it's a combination of a lot of things just going sideways. They just haven't figured it out. And I don't think they're going to figure it out against the Ravens today. I'll be more than happy if they do. I'll be the first one cheerleading if we can pull this one off, because it'll be a great victory. But somebody's got to step up and play well, or we just win by bad calls by the refs and the tip balls and interceptions, pick sixes, whatever. And that only lasts a week. And then you're right back to where you started from. These guys got to start playing better as a unit, on both sides of the ball. And I just don't see that. I'd like to, but I don't see it.
Yeah, and guys, that's the frustrating thing. That's where that passion you're hearing from me. I don't want to be negative about these guys. I want to be positive. Like, I love the Browns. The Browns are part of my identity. I got Brown stickers on everything. I got, we got stickers on our car. We wear Brown stuff everywhere, and it's really difficult and painful when we're not getting the result that we really, really hope for. And some of those games that came down to a couple points, you miss a field goal at the end against the Chargers. It's like, okay, well, we'd all be happy if we would have made that. Well, but it goes well beyond that. That is that's a symptom, okay? Where you look at it, we should have beat the Jets. And the fact that we didn't, I almost I very much hold it it's very personal to me. But we were at that game. We thought we had it won. And to go from the highest of the high, a 10 out of 10, when Nick Chubb scores a touchdown, to the lowest of the low, minus 10 out of 10, when we gave up that final touchdown at the end, and we just sat there, watched them kick the extra point and win the game. That was the lowest I think I've ever been. The only other time where I think I was that devastated, but from losing a game, was when Virginia Tech lost the national championship in '99. Which is 22 years ago,
right?
Where I thought in my lifetime I'd see a team win a championship that I was passionate about, and to have it taken away from me like that. Now, and this is just a regular season game. It was a regular season football game. It's disappointing. And guys like Kevin, if I'll tell you what, I'm not saying that Kevin Stefanski needs to be fired right away. But I will tell you this, if we have a disaster of a season, and then when we get Deshaun back, if we don't see a drastic improvement, there is a world where Mike Priefer, Joe Woods, and Kevin Stefanski are all gone. And we reset the system with a new coach in town for Deshaun Watson.
Right. The coach sets the tempo. He sets the agenda. He does everything. Imagine bringing in Sean Payton to coach after Stefanski has his shot and he doesn't perform with the talent.
Sean Payton on the Browns would be a drastic improvement.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Payton would be going from a C+ coach to an A+ coach. Sean Payton is the guy out there that, if he's looking at the Browns going, I think I can win with these guys now, and I want to win with them now. But I don't know. Can he turn a Deshaun Watson, and can he run with him like he did with Drew Brees? I don't know.
Yeah,
Drew Brees is special, and like
that's a good question. You need a coach that can coach his, you know, talents, and I can't remember if he was a good solid pocket passer or he was like Lamar, and that if he has to pass, he'll pass, but he'd rather run the ball or run it himself and get a 50-yard gain out of it or whatever. And he's certainly capable. And so is Deshaun Watson. But, he's one play away from being on the bench too. I mean, look at all the quarterbacks that have gone down.
Well, hold on a second.
In the first five games.
Another good point with Sean Payton is he's going to coach the team.
Right.
He's not going to be the offensive play caller. He may share some of those responsibilities, but in New Orleans, Pete Carmichael was primarily the guy calling the plays.
Yeah.
So Sean Payton can be any coach with I want to say Greg Williams was definitely there with Sean Payton.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, imagine if they brought back Greg Williams to coach the defense with Sean Payton.
God.
I mean, I think it would be awesome. But
you need a Belichick type that coaches during the week, sets the strategy, comes up with the game plan, tells his coaches to execute it in the practices, be ready to do this. And then if it doesn't work or they're struggling at halftime, you get with the coaches, you say, okay, what are we going to do to change for the next 30 minutes? Because if we play like we did in the first half, we're going to get our ass kicked. And, Stefanski, I just don't see that in him making changes other than going for it on fourth down when he should take points that we all disagree with. So, what's his name on Dallas, who we were high on, the coach there, and we didn't get him. And he didn't start off very good his first last year with Dallas, but he's got them turned around. The Giants have turned it around. The Jets have turned it around. And other teams that you think would be great or improving, like Las Vegas and Tampa, Cincinnati, there's Los Angeles Rams. They're all struggling. The Cardinals struggling. Denver struggling. So, I mean, it's not just the Browns that are having their trials and tribulations. There's a lot of other teams. Half the league is struggling, and they're looking for answers.
Yeah,
and I don't know of a big name coach other than Sean Payton, who's out there on the sidelines waiting. Bruce Arians. Maybe they could convince
he's
him
out there.
He likes Cleveland. Been here before, but other than that, I don't see anybody sitting on the sidelines that Haslam should go after.
Per NBC Sports, and I don't know who's available and who's not, but some of these guys these are the ones that they're determining to be the top head coach candidates out there. Brian Flores, ex-head coach for the Dolphins, who sued the league and everything. But he did turn around that Dolphins team, gave a crap. They almost made the playoffs that year.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh, although I think he's staying in Michigan.
Yeah.
I don't think he's leaving. Doug Peterson, former Browns quarterback.
Don't know much about his coaching ability.
I mean, he won the Super Bowl for the Eagles. Is he in Jacksonville though? Peterson. Let's take a look at his coaching record. Yeah, he's the head coach of the Jaguars, so he's not available.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was. Eric Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs. That could be interesting. He's been talked about a lot. He just never gets jobs.
Yeah, somebody said he's not a player's coach.
That's fine with me.
So,
Byron Leftwich, offensive coordinator for the Buccaneers.
That could be interesting.
Here's my problem. I just don't want another retread. Or I'm not saying retread. I don't want another guy who's going to be Kevin Stefanski light, meaning first time head coach,
Right.
kind of figuring it out, wants to take on more responsibility than he should,
Right.
you know, calling plays. And the only
I
guys
agree.
out there that, I mean, we missed out. Probably the big one was Brian Dable, who was an offense coordinator for us in the past, who crushed it for the Bills and now is crushing it for the Giants. We missed out on Brian Dable. We had him.
Yeah. And who would have predicted that? I mean, I didn't give the Giants much of a shot. So luckily, Barkley's had a really great first couple of games to help them.
Mm-hmm.
But and they're giving a lot of credit to the coach too. So, and you have to. They're 5-1, right in the middle of it. I think Washington is the only one that has a losing record in that division. So, you know, the coach, in my opinion, if they have at least a foundation, they can make a difference. And the coaches they bring in that support their way of doing things makes a difference. But I agree with you. If you're going to start all over again with another Stefanski and bring in his people, and they're certainly not going to be guys with more experience than him working, you know, for the head coach. You always want to be the leader. You got to hire somebody who's got some cred.
Sure.
And Sean Payton certainly has the cred. And he even put out a tweet that said he'd be interested in the Carolina. And I think they're going to go after him. I don't think they're going to give it to.
So then, I mean, that being said, I don't think that they can't fire Stefanski and then not have a guy who's there ready to go.
Sure.
So, and Carolina would be crazy to not hire him. So if they were to say, okay, guys, we've got Sean Payton, we'd have to fire Kevin Stefanski, the known commodity, to go after Sean Payton and try to get him to come. Or do we ride with Kevin Stefanski and replace, you know, Mike Priefer and Joe Woods as coordinators? That probably makes more sense, unless Sean Payton's like, I want to coach for the Browns. If he would come out, or if he would say something like, I mean, he can't really. It's kind of a jerk move if he would be like, I want to coach for the Browns when there's a guy already in the job.
Yeah,
his job isn't like in the hot seat necessarily, like super hot
the
national.
Carolina job would be ideal. He'd put out his feelers, and there's no commitment to the other guy.
It's almost like Sean Payton says, hey, he puts it out there like, I'm interested in the Carolina job, just to say, like, I'm interested in coaching again. Mm-hmm. You know, so he's like saying to everybody, I'm interested in doing this.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Make
me an offer. Let's talk. But I mean, a lot of these guys, think about this. They have ways to back channel. They have ways to back channel through agents and stuff to figure out,
Absolutely.
Hey, are you interested? If it goes down this path, would you be interested? You know?
But then if you fire Stefanski, you got to fire Andrew Berry too. I mean, I think they go as a package, and I think, you know, this Deshaun Watson deal is going to make him or break him, and it's going to. And
you can't fire Berry. You can't fire Berry until you've seen. That's why I think you give Kevin Stefanski and Berry one more season. You give him a full season with Deshaun Watson and see where it goes. Hey Lynn, what's going on? That's what you have to do, unless there's an epic collapse. And let's say we go into the last couple games. How many games do we get with? Let me go Brown schedule. Let's take a look. Brownies. Okay, so we get the Texans game. 1, 2. So we get 6 games. If we go 0-6, is Stefanski on?
And with Watson?
Well, yeah, with Watson. If we go 0-6, is Stefanski gone? I'd say probably.
I guess. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, if you go 0-6 to end the season,
right?
To end the season against winnable games,
right?
The Texans, the Bengals, the Ravens, the Saints, the Commanders, and the Steelers are all winnable games. You go 0-6, you're gone, Kev. Right. See you, buddy.
And no draft pick in the first round for the next 3 years.
Yeah, you're just stuck with Deshaun Watson.
Right. You are stuck with him big time.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, like, there is a world where Kevin Stefanski is not back on this team, And I think no matter what, Joe Woods is gone. He has to be gone. Mike Priefer has to be gone. He's been terrible.
Right.
So that's kind of where we're at. All right, guys, we got about a half hour left. I'm going to leave the stream up for everybody. I am going to leave the stream up so we can chat during the game a little bit. Chat with me on Twitter as well. And then we'll be back for the post-game show with the post-game press conferences. I'll give you my immediate reaction, all that kind of good stuff. So I'll be around. Also, if you're thinking about joining the channel, now's a good time to do it because I still have some of the Joe Thomas posters. I will be mailing them out last week. I apologize again for the billionth time about not getting them out. I was at the post office and they told me I couldn't mail them. So I had to change some stuff because they're in those tubes and I didn't put the addresses on them correctly. I don't know how to ship tubes. So if you're thinking about joining the channel, now's a good time to do it. Because you'll get a free Joe Thomas poster if you do. So, all right, guys, thank you very much. We will see you guys. We'll see you at the post-game show.
Adios. Go Brownies.
Go Browns. Sorry, guys. Playing around with some stuff, trying to get these things going. All right. All right. I'll be with us in a second here. I'm just trying to wait for the press conference to start. But nonetheless, we lose yet again. Let me tweet it out. All right, guys. I'll give you my thoughts here in a second. I am just okay. So can't wait for these press conferences. These are going to be fun. My thoughts on the game are as follows. I'm telling you right now, guys. Jacoby Brissett's not good enough to win us 5 games. We ain't gonna win 5. We needed 5 to 6. 6 would have been great. We ain't winning 5. That's number one. Defense is still terrible. Although they had a couple interesting stops today. A couple interesting ones, but terrible nonetheless. Failures on special teams, man. Mike Priefer's special teams unit tries everything they can to lose games. Because we got away with one with the long snap that rolled to the holder that Cade York got off somehow. We got away with that one. And then the false start, which I get, they said it wasn't a false start. They said it was a bad call, wrong call against us. It happened. Don't move. Don't move. Just snap the ball. Don't even give them the excuse to call and to make a wrong call. Mids plug, Gary Washington, Browns fan 1977, Steve Z, Evan Chase. Who else we got here? Robin Krotzar. What's going on? Will it hurt to try Dobbs? I'd play him. Honestly, I'd play him. Waiting for the Browns press conferences to begin. I gotta love the Browns special team or social team for trying to put a positive spin on everything. Man, that is a hard job to do, because I think at this point the vast majority of us are very not happy. I said it last week. I'll say it again. I do not see us winning. There's a chance that we don't win another game until Deshaun gets back. Bengals next week at home. Do you think we're going to win that game with the way that they came out and played today? No. Then we have to go to the Dolphins November 13th. Do you think we're going to win that game? Dolphins are playing teams hard. How'd they do today? They got beat by the Jets, and they're on a 3-game slide. Bengals, Jets, Vikings. So maybe they can. But they have the Steelers tonight, so we'll see how they do. I think we lose to the Bengals, lose to the Dolphins, lose to the Bills. I don't know what's going on with the Buccaneers, but I say we lose that game because it's Tom Brady, and we'll just figure it out. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-game losing streak. Can you guys believe that? That's possible. That is possible. And then we have Deshaun coming back against the Texans in Houston. A lot of pressure on that. There's a very good chance we lose that game too. Just saying. Press conferences have not begun yet. In the chat, if you guys are watching, make sure you can see it too. I want to try to catch it right as it happens. I'm drinking seltzer water, by the way. I'm not drowning my sorrows in alcohol. Yeah. Lynn, there's a good chance we lose all our games at this rate. I don't see another win. It's going to have to be one of those any given Sunday type things where, like, randomly we beat the Buccaneers, like where we shouldn't. Because the way the Bengals are playing like a competent team again. The Dolphins are on a little bit of a slide, and if the Dolphins lose, because I don't know what their quarterback situation is. If they lose to the Steelers, then we could beat them. That might be the one chance we have to get back into the winner circle. All right, Browns, come on. Let's get these press conferences going. And I want to know in chat, you guys tell me if I'm wrong here. Did Jedrick Wills have a terrible game, or am I way out of bounds? Is Jedrick Wills terrible, or am I watching a different type of football game? Because I put some of the plays up on Twitter, and there's still people defending him. So I want to know, chat, am I wrong? I will trust you more than I trust the randos on Twitter. But I want to know, am I wrong that Jedrick Wills has been playing terrible? Oh, here we go.
But you got to find a way to win. Find a way to win, and we didn't do it today. And the guys, you know, they work their tail off during the week to get out there and play hard, and you don't come away with a victory. So it's frustrating, and I think we understand there are things that we need to do and not do in order to win. And a couple times we didn't do those things. So credit to them, but frustrated. With that, I'll take any questions.
What was the call, the explanation on the false start?
I didn't get a good one yet, Tony. I'll make sure I'll get an answer there, but I didn't get a good one on that. No, I was also hoping, or I didn't want the 2-minute warning to expire over that play. They didn't, but I'll get an explanation. I mean, I think Tony, like with all those, I'll get an explanation later, but it's frustrating. And it goes back to these guys are playing like crazy. They're putting in the work. They're fighting, trying to get it done, and it was unfortunate. And I'll get my answer, I'm sure, tomorrow, but it's frustrating.
On the field goal try, did you move it up just a yard on the hold just to get him a little closer? And since it was blocked, you regret doing that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you on all these things, you're trying to just execute in those moments. Sometimes they're going to make a play, but ultimately we just got to get cleaned up because we got to get the ball off there.
When you say there were things that we didn't do,
We got to get it cleaned up. I mean, it's week 7.
Well, I just think in general, Mary Kay, nothing specific. Just things you got to do. You got to take the ball away. I think we had one takeaway, maybe. Things you can't do, you can't give it away. So
and it was like we got to take away at a meaningful time. We could have gone out and won the game.
Playing clean football, all those things.
How hard is it, Kevin, when talk about playing clean football when they get 2 possessions that start deep into your territory?
Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, you got to play that field position game, and we didn't do that enough in this game. There's times where we got to keep them backed up, and there's times where we got to move the ball better on offense as well. So it really, field position takes offense, defense, and special teams.
Kevin, it seemed like your defense played really well, better than they had been. They get the key stop at halftime. You guys get the ball sacked right out of the gate, and then on the third straight passing attempt, strip. How big of a sequence was that? And what was your game plan coming into the second half after you run the ball with some success early in the game?
So first part, Jake, we're trying to come away with points there. Obviously, we felt that was important in those 2-minute opportunities. You got to come away with points versus a good football team. And then as it relates to, offensively, there's always things that we can do better. We didn't score enough points today. I mean, that's just that's the bottom line.
Do you feel like, a lot of guys came out and played their tails off and did exactly what they set out to do, like J.O.K., Jacoby. How frustrating is it that they kind of dug deep and really followed through on their commitment and came up short?
Yeah, I think, with where we are, obviously you're frustrated. I think all of us feel that. I think players feel that, players, coaches, I'm sure fans feel that. It's frustrating when you don't come away with a victory. We got to fight for one. We got to find a way to get one. And we didn't get it done today. And I know that there's reasons for that, and I know that there's things that we can do better, but I also know that we got a group that's going to come back and try to get one the next time.
Does Tommy have an injury?
He was battling, early on, I think he was good, and then he was kind of battling through and wasn't feeling himself. So kind of we're keeping him a little bit on a pitch count.
Is there a concerted effort to get the ball to Nick? I don't know, it was halfway through the third quarter where he got a couple carries in a row and had a big impact.
Yeah, you're always trying. Obviously, sometimes I can think of one series there where we went maybe took a sack on first down, and then you're second and long, and you throw it on second, you throw it on third, and it's 3 and out. And obviously we want him to be involved in what we're doing. So there's moments that are frustrating.
Mix it up. Throw a screenplay in there.
The big thing with Nick, or all the players, I think the big thing is staying on track, staying in with efficient plays allows you to stay in manageable third downs, and then ultimately will allow you to stay on the field and run more plays with trying to get the ball to different people.
Kevin, that decision to move the field goal up 1 yard replacement, is that Priefer's suggestion, and did you sign off on it? Or
That's just I would just tell you, anything special teams, defense, offense related, that's my responsibility.
How did you think, overall Jacoby played after he came out last week and said stuff after the game? How do you think he?
Yeah, he battled like he did. I thought we had a chance there to go win it, and obviously he threw a great ball down the field to Amari, threw a great ball to Donovan in those moments. So he made some big plays for us. I'm sure there's some stuff that he wants back, but he continues to battle.
Kevin, where do you guys go from here? On the one hand, played a really good game in a lot of different ways, but on the other, you've lost 4 in a row now. It's very difficult to make the playoffs at 2 and 5. So where do you go from here?
Yeah, I think for us, Jake, focus immediately goes to Monday night at our place versus a division opponent. That's we don't need to look very far ahead. We don't have to look behind. That's really where our focus is.
Do you have a sense for how serious any of the injuries are?
I don't. You got to get the test results before we know.
Kevin, it seemed like tempers were kind of flaring in the locker room afterwards. Was the intensity pretty high in there?
Yeah, that's normal football.
Good.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Ooh. Who's up next? That was thrilling. The mics are hot right now, by the way. See if we can pick up anything cool on the hot mic.
Hello, retired, sir.
Yeah. Retirement. Where is he? Normal football. Someone else knows this shit. I'm just getting some quotes and then writing about the Browns.
Just getting some quotes and writing about the Browns.
My next football game will be in.
Oh, they just cut the sound. That was funny. Yeah, so Stefanski again. Oh, here you go. Oh, they cut it. They turned it back on for a second. Stefanski had really nothing to say. He's like, I don't know. We're frustrated. Frustrated, yeah. Am I crazy, chat? Am I nuts here? Or is Stefanski circling the ball? What? I think, honestly, guys, I will tell you, I do think that from what I've seen, it's going to be a massive upgrade when Deshaun comes. Massive. I mean, not to say any more of the obvious, but for some reason, I'm only getting it out of my left speaker now, so we've gone mono. Oh, here we go. Sorry, we only get mono speakers now for some reason.
Any thoughts on the PI and Cooper?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see it, but tough call right there. But yeah.
Do you feel like in some ways you guys did what you set out to do? Everybody fought their tails off. You did. JOK, all these guys stepped up, but
Yeah, I think we did part of what we came out to do. Obviously, the ultimate goal came out with a win. I think a lot of guys came out and fought, which we expected our guys to because of the men that's in that room. And yeah, we came up short. Obviously, still those plays here and there, but definitely thought we had a chance at the end for sure.
What did you think when they picked up that flag that it looked like you got hit in the first half?
Yeah, I mean, he almost yanked my face mask off, but
Right?
It's tough, man. You know, just
He
obviously
keeps
on the
getting hit
road,
like that too, and they keep
in
allowing him
situations
to.
like that. Those are big plays, and
at the end of the game
obviously
too, on the
you gotta try to
DPJ pass,
keep it out of the refs'
he
hands
got
as much as possible.
annihilated, and they didn't call a flag on it.
So yeah, I was shocked that they picked it up.
How frustrating is it to play pretty well across the board as a team and still come up short?
Yeah, I mean, it shows you the margin of error in this league. It's very slim. You can go out there and play, like you say, pretty well, and sometimes you still don't get the results that you want. But that can't change the way we come to work. That can't change the standard that we set for ourselves just because of the results aren't there. I think when we go watch the film, you'll see a lot of guys that made plays that we needed them to make, answered the call in a lot of ways, and we just got to find a way to make more and come out with a win.
how challenging to lose two of your tight ends in the second half?
Yeah, it was tough. Obviously, two big time players for us that play a lot of football. But I thought Harrison did a good job. I thought Dunny came in and did a good job. And obviously we kind of changed some of our plays and stuff based on that. But I think Harrison did a really good job coming in and stepping up.
At 2-5, what do you have to do knowing the division's been pretty mediocre, but you're still there and can still do something about it? What do you have to do to get it turned around?
Go back to work, you know. Like I said, the way we come to work shouldn't change. The standard is the standard. The goal is still the goal. And we got another division opponent coming up, and, you know, you just got to find a way to get it done, and it's going to start when we go back and get back to work.
Do you guys feel like it shouldn't come down to a couple of questionable calls at the end of the game, or do you guys sort of feel like you did everything you could do and it was?
No. Oh, for sure. I definitely think it's a lot more plays out there that we left. I can off the top of my head give like 5 right now, but you never come into a game wanting calls, obviously, and we weren't expecting any calls, so we just got to find a way to make those plays and be better from those.
You got up to such a good start offensively, and then kind of sputtered.
Kevin Stefanski can dial up good plays, scripted drives
I think
on the first
it
drive.
was, I mean, it was what, self-inflicted, and we got things here and there, but yeah,
Jacoby's
we
very
definitely got off to a
nipply
fast start. That was one of our goals.
It's
coming into this
distracting
game,
me.
They had never trailed in the first 3 quarters, and
Maybe he's intentionally distracting me
the
with
plan
that.
was to start out fast, and let them play from behind.
The headlights are
And
on.
I feel like we did a good job of coming out starting fast. We obviously, like you said, we stalled a little bit in I think what, it was the second quarter or the end of the first, and it was all self-inflicted. You know, it was things that we had complete control over.
How about the fumble? What exactly happened? Did Calais just get a hand?
What happened?
No, I was throwing it, and then just as I was going to throw, he just hit the ball like out of my hand.
Like what do you think happened? Of course, he hit the ball out of his hand. He didn't see him.
I don't remember. Yeah, I probably have to go back and watch.
But the one that was actually a strip.
Yeah.
Obviously, you went into this game wanting.
I mean, I like Jacoby Brissett. He seems like a nice dude, but man,
Yeah, I mean, I was going to throw the ball and he knocked the ball out of my hand. So
Jacoby, we could hear the frustration you guys have, through the walls here. Where's the state of this team going into, like you said, as each game next week after 4 straight losses?
yeah, I mean, the emotions of a football game is probably on us right now. But I think the guys in that room understand that, hey, we're allowed that for till the end of the flight, and then we get back, and then we got to go back to work because we do have a big game coming up. And I think that's where this team is. They understand that. Guys came out and showed that it's still fighting this team, and I don't think that goes anywhere.
It looked like Nick Chubb was kind of pacing the sideline after one of the possessions and in the field goal. Can you get the sense that he just wants the ball and wants to have such
He paces all the time, no matter if we score or a field goal. So
Stupid question.
I mean, yeah, he wants the ball every play. We all want, you know what I mean? We
You get
wouldn't
the
be in
feeling
that
like Nick
room
is
over
really
there if we
hungry?
didn't want the ball in our hands, and so yeah.
Couple more.
There's some thought that, some people are saying, and I haven't seen any replays yet, but some people are saying they didn't see the false start on the field goal attempt. Have you seen anything like that or heard anything about
what
it?
is Jacoby?
No, I haven't heard anything on it. Yeah.
Was he out there? Did you see the replay of the play that you weren't involved with? A stupid question. What are your thoughts on that play that you weren't involved in? Did you watch it from the sidelines? Did you see the replay? What are your thoughts on that? Yeah, I don't know. I was involved in that play. Maybe ask the special teams people that. I play quarterback for this team, right? Quarterbacks typically aren't out there unless we're holding for, field goals and extra points. But I don't hold, so I wasn't out there. I didn't see it. Whatever. I gotta go. People get paid to do that job.
Somebody should bring them down to the PR people.
Ugh. I mean, again, ugly. We'll go back to the press conference as soon as it's back. They are actually still saying stuff, but I don't care. Rename this. Hold on a second. Here, I'll let you guys listen to what I'm listening to. It's just background chatter.
Who? You do, yeah.
Man, it feels bad. Do you guys even, does anybody even care what these people have to say at this point?
Hell.
Like, not but the players, like, what can you possibly ask them? All right, guys, I'm gonna cut it because I don't care what these people have to say. Like, it's dumpster fire. That's what it is. So, it is what it is. It is what it is, and I can't. I'll give you my thoughts later, but it's just everything sucks. So, thanks for hanging with me, guys. We'll see you guys soon. Till the next one. Go Browns.